What's up, y'all? So I see we got verdict. 3 PM is gonna be read. I was just recording my new Donna Adelson episode. Oh, I got some I need to close that. I use the YouTube link to chat with you guys, and then in the streaming software, I just leave it be, but it echoes. So I think we've got a guilty verdict. I don't think 12 people would have said not guilty, but man. Okay, so props to them for taking their time. Hey, y'all. Roxanne, we have a verdict. It's going to be read at 3 Eastern. So Pacific, that would be, I hate math, but 12. 12 Pacific, 3 Eastern. That's going to be read. You know, that dude is nervous. I hope some of the jurors talk so we can get some insight into what took so long. We'll see. There's some people on the ground there. So hopefully somebody wants to talk. Y'all, my hair is getting long. I need to get it cut. Although Sarah's trying to get me to grow it out. But yeah, so um well, we'll see what they say, Elliot. It's breaking news. We have a verdict though. It's just taking a hot minute. Yeah, or another 20 minutes because the court's running late. They do run a little late. But we will see. Hey Yana. I hope I said that right. We have a good group here. Mods rock. Big thanks to the mods for holding it down every day for hours on end. Appreciate y'all. Yeah, I was in the middle of recording an episode and I had to keep my phone on just regular. Normally I just turn it off or do not disturb because it's constantly pinging while I'm recording and I got that alert and so I just ended it cuz I was like, "Holy moly, we're there." Um I just wonder if it's guilty, if he's gonna cry like he did when he was denied bond. Curious if that last minute photo zoomed in through the jury. I just don't know. Um, yeah, so I'll be live streaming Donna Adelson every day as well when that starts. September 16th is the new start date. Let me double check. I'm just updating today's episode on a filing. Trying to decide if I'm gonna do yeah, September 16th is jury selection. They don't anticipate it to go all that week, but, yeah. So, I'm gonna go over this new filing of things that the defense wants to keep out in her trial. He'll cry crocodile tears. I don't know. I mean, the last couple of times he cried, there were no tears, so we'll see. He might really cry though, because like, that would be game over. Prison for the rest of his life. Although the jury in this case does get input into his sentence. So, um, move back to the 17th. Okay, thanks. I will check into that. 16th to the 17th. One of those. He did cry when he was denied bond, Jane. It was kind of like my toddlers did when I told them no when they were little. Okay, so they did change that. So it'll be the 17th for Donna Adelson, September 17th. I was gonna go down for her trial, but the judge did grant that motion to move it to a smaller courtroom. So I'm just not gonna waste all I don't want to say waste all that money to go down there, but it does cost to get an Airbnb and gas to get there and back and to not have a guarantee you'll get in. Even in the bigger courtroom, I think her trial is going to be so much bigger than Charlie's just um, as the years have gone on, the interest after each arrest and conviction, the interest in this has exploded. So I can do the same job here from home with it streaming. Um, I did read there is a hearing on Friday about it. Hold up, because let me pull up Leon County because I think I read it was granted. Let me double check. Um, I need my glasses on. That was There was a motion, and let me see if there was a ruling. Okay. Well, maybe that will be decided on Friday. So if they don't grant that, I may go down. It's just to move it to a smaller courtroom. I talked to Leon County. It says trial set e filed 9/16, 8:30 a.m. room 3B. So this was, um, the above numbered case is hereby set at 8. Here, I can actually share this on the screen unless I'm reading it wrong. Here we go. Here we go. It may not be that big where you can read it, but it says, the above numbered case is hereby set to 8:30 a.m. on Monday, September 16th at courtroom at 3B. All interested parties are hereby notified of said jury, non-jury trial. So I kind of thought that meant they granted it, but maybe not. Let's see here. Let's go back to sharing the screen for Telus. There we go. 3 hour. Yeah, there's a long hearing on Friday. I should be carrying that on the channel. Yeah, it is a lot smaller, Susan, and I talked to Leon County, and they said that there would be, limited seating for media, and it's just, gonna be a very small, even in the bigger room, it would be a gamble essentially to go there, so, um, I'll save my money. I'm going to Arizona for Lori Vallow, so I'll just wait. Um, they're probably waiting for all the parties to get there, JoJo. I'm ready to hear it though. I'm with you. Let's get this show on the road. Just looking at some of your comments here. Yeah, let's see. That's Everett's home courtroom. He hasn't ruled. Okay, thanks for the update, guys. When I read what I just read to you guys, I thought that it was granted, so I got confused. Janae, yes, we have a verdict. It will be read in about an hour and 3 minutes or so. She does have a hearing, Ollie, on the 30th starting at 9 a.m. I'll be streaming that live, so y'all come watch with me. Yeah, I'm gonna stay home and save money, Susan. I got, I got one moving to New Orleans next weekend, so save my money because 'cause I'm gonna be having to go visit, especially during Mardi Gras. I've never been. It's time. Yes, there is a verdict. It's gonna be read at 3 Eastern, 12 Pacific, so 3-hour hearing. Wow, it's gonna be a lot to cover. Shutterbug, yeah, I said the other day on the episode during the state's closings, he shook his head no so much that that dude had to have had a headache. Um, I kind of expect tears though. If you go back and watch the bond hearing, there's a guy on the very end of the row, and he's just kinda looking at him. Lamar, I was thinking the exact same thing. I bet with this delay, he probably got his hopes up at least for a hung jury, but verdict, it's not a hung jury, so can we get his jail calls? Roberts, I'll have to see. I wonder who he's been talking to. Yeah, real happy. We do appreciate all y'all for just hanging out. It's been a long few days, but everybody in chat's made it fun. Yeah, Mandy, and I'll tell you right now, Jumpsuit Pablo, who is another Greenville, South Carolina native like me, he gets a lot of jail calls. I recommend his channel if you're interested in jailhouse calls. He gets a lot. He's got a lot of that Wade guy that just got sentenced to death. Send me a picture later. I'm waiting, Susan. All right. Um, yeah, he'll be in denial, no doubt. Oh, for the new Adelson calls, by the way, Leon County did tell me they are not releasing them, so that's a no-go. At least right now. They wouldn't release anything after Donna's arrest. Yeah, Wade Wilson, that's who Jumpsuit Pablo has been posting jail calls from. Well, Lamar's a neighbor. We're all neighbors in South Carolina. Jumpsuit Pablo is great, and he was incarcerated for over a decade, so he really knows the ins and outs of how it goes in prison. I have the Glimpse at Life series through somebody I know who's in prison for life, but he had a lot of insight as far as Murdaugh, because Jumpsuit Pablo was in South Carolina. He has a great channel. I've never met him, never really talked to him, but all for somebody who is out there educating and, maybe even keeping people, especially young people, if they watch that channel from, making dumb decisions and ending up in prison. Jumpsuit Pablo is the channel name, yes. He's very good. I highly recommend him. Um, yeah, I heard, Raven, that he did have something for Charlie. It's not gonna be phone calls, though, because or I mean, maybe he got them, but Leon County told me that they were not releasing any more. So, um, finally a verdict. I know, right? I woke up this morning and I was just laying there like, "I can't believe we don't have a verdict." But, it's, I think even if you know somebody's guilty, you wanna be thorough in your deliberations. I thought this may be the quickest verdict I'd ever seen, but I was wrong. I think you know, pretty much every major case that I've covered, they've convicted quicker. Um, hey, Kim. Susan says, "Check your email. Let me know what you think. Don't take a drink before you look at it." All right. I need to go brew some coffee. Thank you. Steffi's got, Jumpsuit Pablo's channel link there. So it's just Jumpsuit Pablo is the channel name. Check it out. Um, the jail calls can be very expensive to get. They can get in the hundreds of thousands even. So I'm not of good mind to do that. But I did try for Adelson, but no dice. Well, I'm gonna leave you guys to waiting. I'm gonna try to get this Donna Adelson episode recorded before verdict. I've got a lot to do this evening and would like to get done. I was trying to decide if I'm gonna do an episode on Corey Richens' preliminary hearing, but it really was a lot of what we already know. I swear I'm in the middle of a poltergeist. My little ring light over here is just flickering. But it's all information that is in the backstory on the playlist, so I may just do a little short just to update that, of course, she's going to trial. The evidence in that case is overwhelming just with what we know, not to mention what we don't. So, according to Court TV, it could range from 20 to 50 years with the possibility of parole or life in prison without the possibility of parole, and the jury does get a say in that. So, um it's gonna be interesting. I'm just more interested to watch him. So I'll see you guys. I'm not gonna pop on while the verdict's being read. I just like it to play through and everybody can sit and listen for themselves. But I will probably do a little tiny update episode for those who aren't live that just listen through the podcast app, just to update on what was said and what was done and the reactions and all that. Y'all, I'm about to call Exorcist. This light is like dancing around. I don't know if you can see it, but my lights have been flickering in my house. So either I'm at risk of a house fire or we got a poltergeist. I wouldn't doubt either one at this point. My life is very unpredictable. If the shoe fits, yeah. If only they could put it back together there, Lamar. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. I said the only thing he didn't do was just take a selfie at the crime scene. I mean, the evidence is overwhelming. For me, I understand you wanna say you were framed, but if you look at the amount of people it would take to be in on framing Robert Tellis, who I thought the state was really smart in how they said he's not a US senator. He had an office of 8 employees. So it's not like he's some big fish that needed to go away. Um, it was more of his, perception of himself and, you know, I thought that was a good point. Because you're not gonna get a bunch of people in law enforcement who would potentially let a vicious killer go just to frame Robert Tellis, who was, as the state said, a lame duck at that point. Compass should go after him. I mean, they even though Detective Jappy said that there were things there, but loopholes were used to where charges were not gonna be brought forth, they did not ever face charges, but can you get money from somebody like Robert Tellis who probably is broke? I feel bad for his wife and kids ultimately because and obviously those who knew and loved Jeff. It's just, he had every motive. There was nobody else, you know. Yeah, I'm sure over the years, Jeff didn't make people happy with what he does. Investigative journalism to me is so important in this day and age to hold people accountable who are paid with tax dollars. But I'm sure he had a lot of people who weren't fans, but come on, y'all. Ah. Even if you look at the side by side video, the way his, I believe, left arm swung when he walked, it was just identical. Side by side, it was identical. Um, but there are kids in the middle of this, and they have to deal with the decisions that he made for the rest of their life. And then the people that knew and loved Jeff will be without Jeff for the rest of his life too. So um I always feel bad for the living victims in this case. It's just, there's a wide net in every single case. Just looking at my phone for some updates. Good deal. All right. So, hey, Tammy. Um, welcome back, Cheryl. All right, y'all. I'm gonna get this episode done so I can be free after this verdict and do some things around my house. He did, yeah, that's right, he did, reported on organized crime, and here's the thing, if people in that realm are mad enough at Jeff, it would've and wanted him dead. Number 1, they would have done it a long time ago. Number 2, it would have been much cleaner. Um, like the state said, professional killers don't go back to the scene of the crime, get out of the car, and go over to where the body is, in broad daylight. I mean, if you look at the bare bones of this case, just how brazen it was, walking in that neighborhood, riding past the house, back and forth, and then doing this in broad daylight. It's hot in Nevada, but what if the neighbor went to take the trash out and he is in the middle of all this? It is not well thought out. Robert's gate sealed his fate. Jane. Good one. Um, Yeah, and most investigative journalists are relentless. They put it out there, and there is a risk in doing that, but, um, yeah, we should all have some chicken fried rice tonight if we are celebrating a guilty verdict. Maybe I'll, sign up for JPay and ask Robert his recipe. See if he can email it to me. Alright, y'all. We'll see y'all in just a bit. Y'all be good.
come to order and be seated, please.
The record reflects that the hearing is taking place outside the presence of the jury panel. The court has marked as Courts Exhibit 27 and 28 notes received from the jury panel. Does the state want to say anything?
No, Your Honor.
The defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, at this time we can bring the jury panel in. You can bring the jury panel.
Yes, ma'am. All rise for entering verdict. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel as well as the two alternates? Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Jasper?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Juror number 2, have you been selected to be the foreperson?
Yes.
Has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Will you please hand the verdict form to Officer Hawks? Okay, the clerk will now read the verdict form out loud. The defendant and his attorneys will stand for the reading of the verdict.
District Court, Clark County, Nevada, State of Nevada, Plaintiff versus Robert Tellis, Defendant, Case Number C-368935, Department Number 12, Verdict. We, the jury in the above entitled case, find the defendant, Robert Tellis, as follows. Murder with use of a deadly weapon, victim 60 years of age or older. Guilty of first-degree murder with use of a deadly weapon, victim 60 years of age or older. Special verdict. The jury unanimously finds the murder willful, deliberate, and premeditated. The jury unanimously finds the murder was committed by means of lying in wait. The jury unanimously finds the murder was committed by means of elder abuse. Guilty of first-degree murder with use of a deadly weapon. Special verdict. The jury unanimously finds the murder willful, deliberate, premeditated. Do you want me to finish this?
I'm just having the attorney's approach for just a moment.
Thank you, Judge.
Because
Dated this 28th day of August 2024, signed by foreperson, juror number 2. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are these your verdicts as read? So say you one, so say you all.
Okay, at this time, ladies and gentlemen, the clerk is going to ask you a question. I just ask that you respond yes or no.
Juror number 1 is, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 2, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 3, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 4, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 5, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 6, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 7, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 8, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 9, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 10, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 11, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 12, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes. At this time, the clerk will record the verdict in the official record of the court. And at this time, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, pursuant to your verdict, we will now go into the penalty phase of the trial. We're going to take a break and allow the attorneys to get prepared for that penalty phase. So we will start again at 1:30. At this time, you'll all be able to be back together again. You're going to go with the court officer back to the jury deliberation room. And at 1:30, we will begin the penalty phase of this trial. Thank you very much, and you're excused.
Thank you. All right, you're acting jury, please. Jurors, please go. Okay.
There we go. Guilty on all counts. Awesome sauce. I was just watching the women in red in the back. These are the ones who went to Jeff with the complaints about Robert and the office and everything that was happening there. And I thought to myself, can you imagine the guilt that they probably feel in involving Jeff in all this? It's a heavy, heavy burden. Jeff was doing his job and clearly had more plans for Tellus as far as articles, but I'm so happy with his verdict. I mean, he did everything but leave like his signature at the crime scene. It's just such a slam dunk case. I really hope some jurors speak out and will give us a little peek of what was going on in that deliberation room. Hey, Natasha. I just wanted to hop on really quick. So we've got about an hour and 15-ish, maybe a little less. There probably an hour 15 or more. Yeah, so sentencing, and I believe the jury has a say in what this sentence should be, which is going to be life, first degree murder, guilty on all counts. I'm curious, what were they? Was it kind of hung up on first or second? Maybe, but yeah. So the end result, he looks stunned. I think, you go a few days without a verdict, especially in a case like this, and he's an attorney. He has to know this doesn't look good. But maybe he got a little bit of hope that this would be a hung jury. And, I'm sure the state would have done this again, but still. And then he sat there with his head down. He looked like my kids when I, had to fuss at them when they were little and did something bad. Um, Thank you, Joanne. I appreciate you so much. Carol, I guess there will be an opportunity for victim impact statements. I don't know if you saw in chat, but Jeff's family has been there consistently. They don't talk to media, so we don't really know what they look like or who they are, but they have been there every day. Whether or not they get up, we'll see. Uh, pretty overwhelming evidence. And yeah, Bev, I always get nervous during deliberations because we've seen cases where it seems like an obvious guilty and we get a hung jury or a not guilty. And so juries can be very unpredictable, but sounds like that, if you go back now that we were all like, there's a holdout. And now we know that in the end, there wasn't. They were really clearly being very thorough with more paper. They were obviously writing a lot of stuff down, wanting to zoom in on stuff. And, I thought it's probably that photo the defense entered in during closings at the last minute, which, if you look at it at face value, it does kind of look like hair. To me, it looked like a hoodie or something, and then glasses. But that profile of the nose and the way the chin is, I thought that's still him. But they could have been zooming in on the attack on the side of the house, which they didn't show a whole lot of that during trial on the live stream, probably just because it's graphic in nature, at least, what was happening. But there was one video where they did show, and it looks like pretty quickly they were on the ground, which is a good reason why Jeff and Robert both didn't have a lot of blood on their shoes and that kind of thing. But it was clearly all over his shirt. If you saw the autopsy photos when they removed that shirt and photographed it, it was pretty saturated. Um, can't imagine, because stabbing is such a personal murder. It's not like shooting somebody where it can be over in a millisecond, but for somebody to bleed out, that takes time. And what's so sad is that Jeff knew who was killing him in that process and why. And it's just such a horrific way to die. I mean, any murder's horrific, but something that takes time for the victim to finally succumb to those injuries. It is just so sad to think what he went through, but I think he was smart enough to know to get that DNA under the fingernails. Um, and that, along with Robert being a moron and cutting up shoes and putting them under his couch and cutting up hats, sealed the deal. Um, yeah, I mean, stabbings are just horrible, horrible personal crimes. Most times when somebody's stabbed to death, they know their assailant. And he did. He solved his own murder, Debbie. He went out like a true investigative reporter. He left clues and left it to the professionals to get to the bottom of it, which didn't take long after that DNA test came back in the search warrant. But wow, just always get nervous though. It's like I sit there, my heart was going blah, 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 because we've seen cases where you think it's a slam dunk, and then for whatever reason, that jury didn't buy what the state was selling. So I don't care how how open and shut a case seems, you never know until that verdict is out of the mouth. Um, estimated he was bleeding out was 1 to 2 minutes. I mean, that's horrific. Horrific. Yeah, Jenny, and I think that just comes on being a dumb criminal. This outfit he wore, it's not uncommon to see that, especially out. I mean, we see it here with the orange vest and the hats because it's hot. I think that's a common outfit for people that work outside for some people, and maybe he thought he would blend in with a worker. But what was interesting to me too is you notice as soon as Jeff gets to that house and goes to the side yard, within maybe 10 seconds, I mean, when Robert gets there, within 10 seconds, you see Jeff come out of that garage. So he must have seen him on camera or something, but man, never could have anticipated what he was walking into. Yeah, they weren't hung up on anything. Well, maybe. We don't know yet, but it could be just, some juries when they know they're about to send somebody to prison for the rest of their life, they're not in a hurry. They want to go through and talk this out, even though it's overwhelming evidence. To still sign your name on that, it's got to be hard in some situations, I'm sure. But I really hope at least one talks to the media to give us some insight. If they do, I'll definitely link it on social media. I'll do a YouTube short to let you guys know the link so you can watch that. I appreciate you analytical so much. Um, yeah, Robert will have to get used to being 6'5.5" without lifts. Look, I thought I was bad at the math, y'all. He's got me beat. Um, yeah, and for me, it's just I absolutely 100% support investigative journalism. These are tax dollars that are going towards his salary, and he's running an office that is very important. You're talking about people's estates to their loved ones, and um I don't think these women would have went to Jeff unless it was very, very bad. None of these women were new to this kind of office, but seems like when he came in, it got miserable. And then you have the whole affair, which I would assume really makes for some uncomfortable office time when you know what's up. Yeah, no, Joanne, I think just that's a good point. Where did it go? Things are flying by. I'm trying to. Yeah, I'm sure after this kind of a sentence, especially with his history at the time he was arrested, they will probably put him on self-harm watch, and that would be solitary confinement. We know Donna Adelson was on that. It's 24/7. They come and peek in on you every so often. You don't get any sleep. Um, we'll see how he looks when he comes back out for sentencing. It's gonna, he's digesting this right now. I bet you anything he thought at minimum this would be a hung jury. And then narcissistic people tend to think everybody's going to believe me, no matter how overwhelming the evidence against me is, whether it's in a criminal trial or just some jerk that's a narcissist in real life that didn't do anything. You think people always believe you. So I'm curious, give anything to crawl into that head of his and see what he's thinking right now. But he's swallowing a pretty bitter pill for him right now. Hey, Amy, I appreciate it. I'm just now starting to stream trials on a regular basis. I love it because normally it's just me watching testimony and pausing and typing and going back to see what I can. But this way I get to talk to everybody in the process. And it's so nice to be able to discuss things as they happen in court. So the next big one will be Donna Adelson. We're going to do Sarah Boone. That's going to be the Hot Mess Express. I did put a new Hot Mess Express shirt in the store today, by the way. I love doing the shirts. I'm doing Halloween shirts. I do that when I get bored. So you can tell when I'm bored because I'm at a point in motherhood now where my kids are they don't need me to hover 24/7. Like I'm so used to being a little kid mom, and now it's like they're all growing up. And so when I get bored when they're all doing their own social things, I just design t-shirts or play my video game. Fallout 76 is my jam. I love it. I love that game. I just go and light up zombies. Takes my mind off everything because you have to concentrate, and then you can build your camps, so you have all these decorations. I love camp building, but anyways, Yeah, Sarah Boone is gonna be wild. I mean, she's representing herself. She doesn't understand half this stuff. And oh my God, Hot Mess Express, all aboard. Choot, choot. That's right, Kat. Thank you. We're gonna be here for every minute of it. I might try to make it down to that one. Yeah, Hot Mess Express train wreck. You good? My boy's here. He's gonna go get some food. I'm live. We got 511 people watching. You wanna come say hi? He doesn't wanna come say hi. Juliet always sleeps. She's lazy. So Juliet's having her surgery Friday. She's getting fixed. So we're gonna have the cone of shame all weekend. Fall is big, Raven. We've got Donna Adelson, we got Sarah Boone. Lots coming up in the fall. We're gonna be busy. Well, welcome aboard. Glad to have you here. She's gonna be worse than Daryl Brooks by a country mile, Jenny. You ain't oh my gosh, I'm so here for it. I'm just reading some of your comments here. Bye, buddy. Be safe. Love you. Wonder if anything new will come up in Donna's trial. So here's my theory, y'all, on Donna Adelson. Woman can't even hang up a phone, right? We had a 20-minute hot mic call. You know she don't know how to delete stuff off her phone, or if she did delete it, in her mind, she probably thought, gone forever. They'll never find it. But that's not the case. So I think we're going to see some communications at least, maybe, that are incriminating. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Sorry for all the noise. I do have my boy leaving to go get food, and my daughter should be here anytime now from middle school. So it's a little louder than normal, but this is a busy time of day. My best time of day when all my babies are home. It's my favorite. My daughter's moving next weekend to New Orleans. Send Valium for mom. Not handling this well. Was Donna offered a plea deal? I don't think so, Dorothy. Not that I've heard. And how is not that I've heard. How is Grammy? Grammy is fantastic. So my parents are at the beach, and so I'm the one on full-time Grammy duty. So after sentencing, I'm going to take her insulin that I got from the pharmacy today and take her some dinner. And I'm going to sit with her for a couple of hours this evening. I don't like her being alone all the time. Plus, I need to get her trash cans in. Today was trash day. I don't like her going out there and doing all that. So she's good. We just had her 90th birthday party, not this past weekend, the weekend before. I'm so lucky to have her. I'm actually doing a thing now where I'm taking my microphone over and I'm getting an oral history from her. And I'm just letting her talk. I'm just like, tell me about your childhood. Just start. Tell me something funny. Tell me something memorable that sticks out even when you were a little girl to now. So, yeah, she's doing great. Thank you for asking. If Sarah Boone goes shirtless like Daryl Brooks, millions will. Oh man, can you guys imagine? It's gonna be so awkward. Her like cross-examining direct. Oh my gosh, y'all. I'm here for it though. Just caught up on the stream. What a relief for the family. Yes. And thank you to the mods who are here hours every day I'm running live. I appreciate them more than they know. And all y'all. The box for it. Oh my gosh. See, I didn't follow Daryl Brooks. I just watched the highlights. That was enough. That was enough. I think I gotta get this haircut, y'all. I used to have pixie short, like so short. They were like, if we go any shorter, we're gonna have to bring out the razor. Sarah Boone asked for a custom tailored prison scrub. What does she think she is? Everyone get a Big Mac. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Boy, I'd love to be a fly on the wall right now wherever Tellus is being held. So, Andrew, I don't know. I think she's ready to go. I can't watch that video of that poor man in that suitcase. My gosh. I just can't watch stuff like that. It just creeps me out. It makes me feel so, so bad, and I came across it the other day, and it's oh my gosh, can you imagine? Um, maybe I missed a wild trial. Yeah, yeah, yeah. She may I tell you what, let's see. I think Boone will do okay, kinda like Bundy. Your, username cracks me up, but you are not. Your picture is gorgeous, sister. She thinks Boone will do okay, kinda like Bundy. She got that narcissistic, personality. I bet Tellis is reaming his lawyers a new one. He probably thought I should have just represented myself. I'd have had it in the bag. Neighbors heard the suitcase kick down the stairs. My gosh. People are crazy. People are crazy. I mean, I look, self-defense, somebody comes at me or somebody I love, I'd be all right, but I don't get what's in people's hearts to do the things that we talk about every single day on this podcast. And it's bad, but I mean, when you're talking about kids especially, I'll never understand. October 7th for yeah, because we're gonna have Donna Adelson maybe 2-ish weeks, and then pretty much right after that, once we recover a few days, we go right into Sarah Boone. So we've got a busy few weeks coming up, and that's exactly how I love it. I'm trying to get to Disney with Fruit Loop and Brienne's kids, my old co-host Fruit Loop and best friend for 30 plus years. Um, September 9th, but I'm gonna tell y'all right now, you gotta sell a kidney to go to Disney, but I only need one, right? I mean, if I go on the black web or dark web or, like, the black market, I could probably sell my right kidney, right? It works really good, especially after, like, 3 cups of coffee. It keeps on giving. So, if I could get, like, a few thousand for this kidney, maybe I'll go. But it's crazy because the tickets cost more than the Airbnb, but look, it's Disney. I go in that place and I forget everything. Whatever stress I have when I walk in those gates is left there, and it's worth every penny. That's my favorite place. Fruit Loop's doing good. I was just up at the hiding place this past weekend just for some chill time. Oh, thank you, Jeepsy. You got a Jeep? I have a Jeep. South Carolina replay crew, my neighbors. I'm gonna show you guys a couple of photos from up there while we're waiting. I'm gonna show you on my phone though. Um, let's see. We had the best time. It was absolutely so this is like my happy place up at the hiding place, just in a hammock, and it's in the middle of nowhere. So survivors, they will go pick up survivors from hours away, bring them there. There's a cottage where the survivors can have their children. They have a play area in the main house. They house men off site. They do get men who are victims of DV, which is a conversation we all need to have. Look at Charles Vallow. Look at, I mean, we've covered these. Dan Markel to me as a domestic violence murder, just at the hands of somebody who had nothing to do with it. Um, but it's just so serene up there. We had a bonfire. And let me show you guys what we did. So this is instead of s'mores, you get a waffle cone and you get like some milk chocolate chips, some peanut butter chips, and some marshmallows and put it in there. And we wrapped it in tinfoil over the top because we figured out the heat helps it. Y'all, it's a wonder I didn't come home with diabetes. I had a few. And then I'm gonna show you guys the star picture I got. I hope it comes through on here. Look at all those stars up there because they're in the middle of the mountains. Nobody could find that place. It's the hiding place, and they actually drew inspiration from Corey ten Boom, who hid Jewish people during the Holocaust. And so the hiding place is about Corey ten Boom, and that's where they got that. So um, they do such amazing work, and the coolest thing about, the hiding place is you don't have to live in South Carolina. Fruit Loop is the one who answers the phones, and so we always say don't call unless you're a true victim because they do get a lot of calls, but they will both help you find resources in your community that can get you out of dangerous situations because there are resources to get you to safety. I love what they do, and I'm just so proud to be a part of that, even in a little way. We donate Pretty Lies. We donate to the hiding place every month. So people who are on Patreon, people who donate, that kind of thing. We do send money to the hiding place every month to help them continue to do their work, and I love it. It's the hiding place, Channel Missions. Um, so you can look up Channel Missions, The Hiding Place. They have a podcast they just launched. This just information about domestic violence. Love it. I could talk all day about how proud I am of both of them. And there is such a need for it. You would think in this day and age, um, domestic violence would slow down, but it doesn't. And it's terrible. Some of the things that they see, which they don't tell me because they do respect privacy. Um, but I've just seen them shake their heads and just say, wow, people actually live that life. It's crazy. Look at Gabby Petito yesterday, 3 years since she was murdered. Domestic violence. We do, Susan. Their goal eventually is to get tiny houses on the property. It's a big property, several acres, and to do a year-long residency program. Brienne, the co-founder, she is a licensed counselor, and so they do group therapy every week, and then they do individual and even Zoom therapy. But to get a group there for a year and just help them get jobs, job training, therapy that they need, give the kids a safe place to live. Huge, huge, just what they want to do and the difference that they make. And they've saved lives. People have said, "You saved my life, Susan." And yeah, good for you being a survivor. It's scary. And the thing that keeps most people in these relationships are financial means and the fear of losing their kids. And there's help in both their areas. Um, yeah, beautiful. It said that, 1 in 3, statistically, 1 in 3 people are victims of DV, and they're probably in our families and we don't know it, and close friends and elsewhere. It's just it is such a startling statistic, and it doesn't discriminate. It's, as you know, from poverty level all the way up to billionaire, I'm sure, just, I don't get it. Would love to see him in orange, yeah. Yeah, maybe they're doing a wardrobe change on him right now. I wonder if he's gonna try to lift his own prison shoes. Maybe, like, stack up some toilet paper or something and give him a little boost. He'll probably be in solitary a good while. Mimi, Billy Wagner's trial, I'm telling you, it's been 2016. You're looking at over 8 years now since the Rodens and Hannah Hazel Gilley were killed. I think like next spring maybe, but my goodness, why that man don't plead guilty was beyond me. But I guess when everybody else is either said they're guilty or in Georgia's case was found guilty, what do you have to lose taking it to trial? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. He's got nothing better to do anyway. So I think Jake was recently moved from the jail he's at. I'm not sure. Um, or was it George? I'll have to check. That case shook me up. That was a brazen crime. 8 family members in one night, 4 separate residences. Never in my life. I have a Jeepsy soul and I love your jams. Thanks, Jeepsy. I have a Jeep and music is my life. Um, I need a good concert soon. I gotta find one. I did not know this, y'all. Smashing Pumpkins were 20 minutes from my house last night. I need to see what's coming up for sure. Boss Baby. Somebody mentioned that in chat one day, and I try not to be, like too bad on the physical appearances because people are people and they can't. But Boss Baby's very accurate. So if you don't know what Boss Baby is, just do a quick Google search, see if that reminds you of anybody. It does. A few decades ago, yeah, I would love to have seen Smashing Pumpkins. Um, I man, Roger Waters is coming to the Hollywood Bowl Halloween, and I am so tempted to just book myself a flight and get a ticket and go because I've seen Pink Floyd in '94 at Clemson. I was a senior in high school, and then I saw Roger Waters a couple of years ago with my oldest, and I really want to see Roger. David Gilmour. He's my favorite guitarist and my favorite everything. Um, yeah, Jane, it's such a typical narcissist to think that everybody from lead detectives down to people in the DNA lab frame me. But I'm telling you, I bet you $100 that dude believed he was gonna convince that jury. Skylar, not sure. That's a really good question. So yeah, we'll find out. If they have victim impact statements, of course, that's gonna extend it, and I hope so. YOLO, that's right, Susan. That's my motto. I ain't guaranteed another day on this earth, so I live it up. And I'm a good solo traveler. I love traveling with my family. There's Sherlock. Hi, buddy. Hi. But I don't mind solo traveling. I did Yosemite, or not Yosemite, Yellowstone by myself right before Lori Vallow sentencing, and I mean, I just put on some tunes in between stops and had a blast. I'm very independent. I'm good on my own. I'm good with people. Um, yeah, real happy. It's been long for me too. My last one was Stevie Nicks here in Greenville. Yeah, Stevie Nicks. I missed Idina Menzel a couple of weeks ago. She was here. Nice, Amy. I saw them on their Division Bell tour in '94. There goes the door. That would be my youngest coming home. Don't apologize. It's chaos. The dog's barking. Can you shut that door all the way? I'm on live. What? No, no, I'm on YouTube. We just watched a verdict and now we're waiting on sentencing. Would you like to come say hi? Here's my 13-year-old. You're gonna have to pop your head in here and say hi.
Hi. Sorry, the school air messed my hair up.
School air.
That guy's gonna take me to Chick-fil-A.
Oh, sweet. Okay. Real happy says, hey, Sarah Rose.
Hi. Do you want
Um,
anything from Chick-fil-A?
A sweet tea would be amazing.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Okay, bye.
All right. Love you, sweet pea. Yes, mama loves it, baby. I just saw Alanis Moore said I would love to go see her. She brings her daughter. Kathy, as far as divorce, I know there was a motion at some point. I'm not sure. I tried to look online, but those records you have to get in person. So, but I would assume, if not, I would say now for sure. She was at his bond hearing, I believe, with his mother and vouched for him and said that he would be living with her if he got out on bond, which wasn't going to happen in this type of a case. But I thought that was interesting. But that was shortly after he was arrested, so maybe not enough time to sort of realize that's probably her husband walking down the street. She did give that message, on the iPhone, "Where are you?" Which according to him. Oh, nice. Pink Floyd at the original Cowboy Stadium at Sun Bowl Stadium in El Paso, and one I can't remember. Yeah, so I just was old enough in '94. I was a senior in high school going into the 95. I graduated in 95, and I'll never forget, I cut lunch. I skipped lunch to go get tickets, and I parked in the athletes lot behind the school because I played, volleyball and softball. And so the assistant principal stops me, and he's like, "Where you going?" I'm like, "Totally going to Clemson to buy Pink Floyd tickets. I'll see you in, like, ISS tomorrow, detention, or you can suspend me." And he was like, "Here's some money. Get me and my wife a ticket." I was like, Cool, man. All right." So, like, during the Pink Floyd concert, there's my assistant principal, like, right there beside me with his wife, and we're just, like, jamming, and then that next day at school, he's like, "How you doing there?" Because everybody called me Hoopty. In fact, a lot of people here where I'm from call me Hoopty. It's my nickname. So I had my mom and dad had a Lincoln Town car, and before I got my first car, I drove that, and one day, we got the entire softball team in this Lincoln Town car to go get, like, Gatorade at the convenience store before practice. And one girl said, "Lord have mercy, this is a hoopty." It stuck. So I can be in the mall, I can be wherever I'm at. If somebody says hoopty, like, I'm turning around because that's what I'm called by a lot of people that knew me back then here. So I'm a hoopty. Uh, Hey, Darren, send me an email when you send those. I might try to bid for sure. I got a few, yeah, the school administration back then was pretty cool, but, Yeah, it was crazy. He was like, "All right, I won't write you up, and this never happened, but here's some cash. Get me and my wife a ticket." It was so fun. Oh, I have heard that, Amy. I've heard the Sir Mix-a-Lot song about my hoopty. Thank you, Mayor. We are waiting on sentencing phase. It happens soon. Yeah, I just saw that. Chad Daybell's appellate attorneys have been granted more time in filing for post-conviction relief, but he can just fade into the bowels of the prison system. Such a southern word, yeah. Oh, wow. Alpha Mike, I bet that was amazing. Great Gig in the Sky is one of my favorites. So Dark Side of the Moon is my absolute favorite Pink Floyd album. If you forced me to choose, it's really hard, but Great Gig in the Sky, like that song is just vocals and instrumental, but to me it tells a whole story. Um, and I think, let's see, on The Wall, I really, really wish Vera had been its own like full length song because I think that was a story to tell. Although it was based on a British talk show host who would say like, "We'll meet again some sunny day" was her tagline at the end, which they included. But Vera could have been a great song. Okay, this is not a music podcast, but I have thought about starting one. Although all I'm gonna do is sit and talk about lyrics and what they mean to me. Yeah, Skylar, let's just hope Chad goes away. They do have death in Arizona, or, Nevada, Karen, but they did not go for death. So it's a life with parole or without is the option that we have here. I think it's, somebody said 20 to 50 with parole or just life without parole, something to that effect. Yeah, Amy, it is so good. Oh, Learning to Fly tour, nice. I saw the Division Bell tour. Learning to Fly is just a great song. It was, seeing Vera Lynn, she sang a song, "We Will Meet Again." Okay, something like that. I knew it was, like, her tagline. Um, no, he's not gonna get parole with first-degree murder. It's gonna be life without parole, but I do think, hopefully we'll hear some victim impact statements. I think that he needs to hear from people that, knew and loved Jeff, and it goes without saying what his colleagues and just the world of journalism lost when he was killed, and, um you know, um, Dame Vera Lynn, thank you, Pat. Is that Pot? Oh, thanks, Pot. Um, Even though they still technically have it. Yeah, a lot of actually, I just read South Carolina is gonna execute the first death row inmate in, like, 13 years. Um, but you do see it used less and less and less these days. I mean, in Idaho for Chad and Lori, it's been so long since anybody got death. I'm okay with life without parole. I mean, that's a long time. I think having death hang over like Chad Daybell's head, you have to wonder in the depths of his mind, is it scary? Um, and look, I'm not huge on the death penalty, but there are cases, and Chad Daybell's one. I would not shed a tear. But rotting away in prison is really a death sentence anyway. Life without parole, it's you're coming out in a body bag and that's it. Do y'all see what I deal with all day? I'm sure you hear River in the background. This dog was severely abused when we got him. He's big. He's part lab, part greyhound. Biggest baby ever. If a leaf blows down the street, like he runs and hides, but he barks at everything, especially these two little old ladies that walk every night. I mean, he will bark at them and no, he's never getting out. No. I do believe, Susan, there are cases that absolutely are very deserving of death, and Adam Hart mother, yeah. Amy, me and you could go on a road trip and be just fine. Road trips with me are either like if you love 4+ hour concerts, I'm good to ride with. If you don't, my kids are like, thank goodness for AirPods. Like me and Sarah Rose, when we get in the car, we just have a dance party, sing party, and people at red lights look at us and just like give us a thumbs up and laugh at us. Let's go, Maya. Where are we going? Road trip. I'm not good on long road trips. Like I get really ADHD restless on road trips. But all right, I'm going to chat with my kiddos since they're home and we will wait for sentencing. I'll probably come on after sentencing just to thank everybody for watching and appreciate y'all being here. It means a lot. Yeah, we got a busy few weeks coming up and we'll be here every day for Donna Adelson doing the daily recaps in an hour or less of the day's testimony and live streaming. So, Maya, let's go. I really want to go like out west. That's where I'm wanting to go, like New Mexico, Arizona, just do this big road trip out west. That's kind of my goal. I really want to go to Burning Man next year. Although I'm pretty boring for Burning Man, but I love the whole concept of like art in the desert and just a bunch of people that are happy to be there. All right, guys, we will see you guys after sentencing. And that's it. You guys won't have to hear my New Mexico is haunted. Oh, I'm there for that. Every time I go to Charleston or Savannah, I always do a ghost tour. No lifts today. Burning Man sounds exhausting. Yeah, I know a couple of people that went that just went for the experience of it all, and one had a great time, and then one was there last year when it rained and everybody got stuck, but they made the most of it. So I don't know. My kids literally laughed out loud when I told them the other day I wanted to go to Burning Man. My son was like, "Mom, you're gonna be 47 next month. Like, you want to go to Burning Man?" Yep. All right. We'll see you guys in just a bit.
All rise for entering jury. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. The state may address the jury in your opening statement.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. We're now moving into the penalty phase of the proceedings. This will be, you'll probably be relieved to learn, much shorter than the trial phase. And what you'll be asked to do as jurors at this point is decide what the appropriate punishment should be for Mr. Tellis. In Nevada, there are 3 possible punishments for first-degree murder. So as a group and individually, you'll be selecting amongst 3 possible penalties. The least severe penalty for first-degree murder in Nevada is a sentence of 50 years in the Nevada Department of Corrections with parole eligibility after 20 years has been served. That's the least severe sentence. The next sentence is a life sentence in the Nevada Department of Corrections, again with parole eligibility after 20 years has been served. And the most severe sentence possible in this case is a sentence of life without the possibility of parole. And that sentence means just like it sounds. That would mean Mr. Tellis would spend the rest of his days in the Nevada Department of Corrections. At this point in the proceedings, you will hear from the family of Mr. Gehrman, and you'll hear information from them about how the crime has impacted them. You'll probably hear information from the defense. Judge Levitt will give you additional instructions that kind of guide you through the penalty part of the trial. And you can also rely on everything you heard in the first part of the trial, the past 2 weeks, and all of those exhibits. And what you're asked to do as jurors at this point is kind of put everything you know together in conjunction with the additional information you hear this afternoon, and you pick amongst those 3 possible sentences. And we would just ask you to consider everything, and then once you all individually and collectively make a decision, you come back and it's announced in court. We thank you for your attention.
Mr. Kasich?
Yes, thank you. My remarks really, they parallel that of Ms. Weckerly. You have 3 choices. There are 3 options. As we've said previously on multiple occasions, you've been a very attentive jury. Please keep an open mind. Listen to the witnesses. You'll be hearing from 2 families, Mr. Gehrman's family and Mr. Tellis's family. At the close of the evidence, I will be addressing you. I will be asking you to consider what the goals, the purposes of sentencing is, and I'll be asking you to consider a fixed term of 50 years with a minimum parole eligibility of 20. Thank you.
May I call your first witness?
Thank you. Your Honor, the state calls Jay Gehrman.
Can you please step up into the witness stand? Sure. Remain standing, raise your right hand, face the court.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Sure. Jay Gehrman, Jay German.
May I proceed? Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us where yourself and your brother Jeff grew up?
Sure. Our family is from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Jeff was born in 1953. I was born in 1959. So we're 6 years apart.
Okay, so he's the older brother.
He is, yeah.
And out of how many siblings?
4.
And so who are the other two?
My two sisters, Julie and Jill.
And they're present in the courtroom as
They
well.
are, yes.
What kind of things did Jeff like to do when he was a kid?
Well, Jeff was into sports. In fact, he taught me most everything I know about sports. He was a good athlete. He excelled in basketball, football, golf, tennis. He was just a natural athlete. And he was a good student.
Where did he end up going to, like college, and where did he study?
Jeff studied at University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee, where he got his bachelor's degree, and then he got his master's degree in journalism, I believe, at Marquette University.
Okay. And when was it that he came to Las Vegas?
1978.
So quite a while ago.
Yep.
Do you know where he worked prior to working at the Review-Journal? Did he work at the Sun?
Oh, he did. Yeah, when he moved out here, he started working at the Las Vegas Sun.
Okay. So he was a reporter for a number of years here?
Yes, since he moved out here. Yeah, he took the job and drove his car cross country.
Do you remember him ever talking about particular stories or events that were important to him as a reporter?
Well, I'd have to think about that. But I mean, Jeff took seriously every story that he worked on. He really did. I mean, he investigated. He really enjoyed being an investigative reporter. And I mean, there were a lot of stories he worked on. I know the Binion murder trial was a big one in his life, but there are so many.
And what kind of things did you two do as brothers?
Well, first of all, he taught me how to play golf. And he was a good teacher. He really was. And he was a natural. I wasn't, but I think I only beat him one time in my ever. But he so we liked to play sports. We would play football and basketball right around behind the house there was a big field where we played football, so I learned how to play. So we did a lot of sports. He took me to my first Milwaukee Brewers game, I think when I was maybe 12 or 13 years old. Movies, we went to a lot of movies. I remember that when we were younger. And even when we got a little older, he liked going to movies.
Were you living here in Las Vegas in September of 22?
I was, yes.
Can you tell the members of the jury how you learned about his death?
Yeah, it was a tough night. My sister Julie called me, woke me up. I don't know, it might have been 11 o'clock or so at night, and broke the news to me. It was devastating. And I mean, I certainly didn't sleep at all that night, the rest of the night, but yeah, it was a tough one.
And how do you feel that, like observing your two sisters, how would you say that this event has impacted your sisters and your observations of them?
It's been really hard. I mean, it's been a hard couple of years. I mean, Jeff was our leader. He was the older brother that we all leaned on. And it was hard for them.
And how about for yourself?
Difficult.
And are there particular events that you've kind of wished you'd been there at, or?
Yeah, I mean, I just retired, and Jeff had no interest in retiring. 2 years ago, he's 69 years old, and he loved what he was doing, and we talked about it. He just wanted to keep writing and investigating. But my goal when moving out here a few years ago was to spend time with the family. And Jeff especially, because we had gotten closer as we got older, and I was hoping that we could spend time playing some golf when we retired, going to movies, going to Raider games and Golden Knights games. I miss all that with him.
Yeah. Your Honor, I believe Mr. Draskovich is stipulating to the admission of 412 and 413.
That is correct.
They're admitted.
Sir, I'm going to put on the overhead states 412. Who are we looking at there?
Yeah. Is that Jeff or something? Yeah, that's Jeff. Yeah, I can't tell what age that is, but he was a natural athlete. He just loved baseball too. And I mean, I think when when he took me to that first Brewers game, he liked, I mean, he loved it as much as I did. Yeah.
And now I'm going to put on the overhead states 413. Looks like you're a bit older in this picture.
You know when this is from? This is from New Year's Eve, 1980, so December 31st. And I'll tell you, I can't remember if it's 79 or 80, but I was in college. Jeff had been out here, 1 or 2 years. And I flew to from Milwaukee to Las Vegas. It was my first time on an airplane. And this was the first trip that I took of many that would come going forward over the years. But he said, come on out, because I hadn't seen him since he moved out to Milwaukee, since he drove his car out here back in the middle of 1978. And we spent the New Year's Eve on the Strip. It was just a great night. I'll never forget it. And it was so memorable. I mean, and it was just, look how young he was.
Yeah. Is there anything else you'd like the jury to know about how this crime has impacted yourself and your family?
Well, it's been very stressful over the past couple of years. I wouldn't want anybody to go through this. It was devastating to the family. It really was. We loved him and he loved us. And I mean, a big part of Jeff's life was spending time with the family. He loved the holidays for that very reason. He loved Thanksgiving, just the whole ritual about him being with the family. So yeah, it's been, it's going to take a long time, I'm sure, for us to get past this, but we're doing our best and we miss him a lot.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Ms. Moss?
Thank you, sir. I don't have any questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You may call your next witness.
The sale call Gil's work.
Yeah, so name, stand, raise your right hand, face the camera.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
First name is Jill, Jill. Last name is Zwerg, Zwerg.
Thank you very much. Jill, if you could, just for the record, how are you related to Jeff?
I am the youngest sibling, and Jeffrey's the oldest.
Because you're the baby of the family.
Pardon me?
You're the baby of the family?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I want to publish what's already been admitted by stipulation as states 415. Oh, by 415 by stipulation. And I think I have exhibits 414 through 417. I think those all have been admitted by stipulation.
That's correct, John.
That is 415 through 417, correct?
I think 414, 415, 416, and 417. Those four exhibits.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Publishing 415. Okay. So who can you tell us who we're looking at here in all these photographs?
Well, that's the four of us. I'm the little tiny one in the left corner with the same haircut as Jay to my right.
Okay.
And then Jeff is a tall one. And then my sister Julie with the no teeth.
All right. I also now want to show you another exhibit, which is been admitted by stipulation as 414. All right, who we're looking at here.
Well, there we are again. I don't know if we were trying to copy that first photo or not, but I believe it's at my niece's, a celebration for my niece. And we all just got together and tried to take a picture together real quick. And it was really kind of fun, actually.
Okay. I'm publishing 416. Who are we looking at here?
That's Uncle Jeff. That's my daughter. I think she's like 3 or 4 months old, and he couldn't wait to fly in and be with her. She is the firstborn of his nieces and nephews.
And what was her name? Or what is her name?
Jessica. That's her name.
And then I'd like to publish 417. What are we looking at?
That is Jeff with my my son Connor, who is looks pretty much like Jeff, and just they're two peas in a pod. Yeah, he just idolized him. He's the only nephew, so he just took to him immediately for that.
I know you've written something, but I do want to ask this. So you've looked at a couple of pictures, at Uncle Jeff.
Mhm.
What was he like as an uncle?
Oh, he was wonderful. He just loved each and every one of them for who they were and accepted them for whatever, they would do quirky little fun things and just loved them with his heart and soul. Absolutely.
Did they grow up here in Las Vegas or somewhere else?
They all grew up here.
Okay, so Jeff was kind of here growing up and watching them be raised. Okay, well, listen, I know that you've written something that you'd like to read. So if you could, why don't you share what you've written, share it with the jury, please.
Okay. So most of you know my brother Jeffrey to be a hard-nosed investigative reporter who went after corruption in our city. He wrote about wrongdoings by mobsters, gaming officials, politicians, corporations, basically anyone who was corrupt, and I don't think they could hide from him. Let me give you a little insight to the man behind the byline of Jeffrey M. Garriman. Jeff was the eldest sibling of four, as I stated, and I'm the youngest. There's an 8-year difference between us. He always watched out for me and guided me in my schooling, my work, personal matters. I believe my other siblings, we welcomed his advice, as it usually was on target and gave us a good perspective when we needed it. He always was there for me when I needed him, like a second father for me. And with the age difference, I think that was part of it. After I graduated college, Jeff was very instrumental in helping me acquire my first job here in Las Vegas at the newspaper where he was working. We are very much alike, from our chosen careers to the music we listened to, the food we enjoyed, and going out to happy hours after work. Of course, that was the 80s. That's when it all happened, and that was just a fun thing to do. I remember we were both on the media softball league together, representing the newspaper. It was so much fun, especially when we won games and we would celebrate afterwards. I wasn't going to say this, but now I just feel like I'm lucky to hear this. He was the first one I told when I became engaged. We were at Mount Charleston, my now husband, and proposed to me. It was a Friday night, and we're like, well, now what do we do? He's like, let's go tell Jeff. So we couldn't wait to get back. We knew he'd be at TGI Fridays. He was the first one I told when I got engaged. And he bought a round of champagne for the entire bar. And I'll just never forget that. It was just the most memorable, fun, exciting moment for all of us. I miss reading his stories and seeing his byline, and shopping with him, talking on the phone, and texting with him because he was so bad at texting. Going out for Sunday brunches, having him at our family barbecues and holiday celebrations, especially, as my brother Jay said, at Thanksgiving, where he really ate most of the dark meat and insisted that the TV be on at some type of sporting event, probably football, if I'm not mistaken. These events, these holidays, they'll never be the same without Jeffrey there, ever. He was kind, he was loving, he was loyal, and he was fun. He was a good friend, uncle, brother, and a respected colleague to all who knew him. He had a knack for remembering everyone's birthdays. He never forgot his nieces and nephews' birthdays. He just loved being their uncle. My son is very much like his Uncle Jeff. They shared a mutual passion for the sports, particularly basketball and football, and of course all the Wisconsin teams, as you know, that's where we're from. My daughter also had a special bond with her Uncle Jeff. They shared a lot in common, like both being Virgos and having journalism degrees as well. I remember asking Jeff why he chose to stay here and not be at other major newspapers who frequently recruited him. He said, Jill, this is Las Vegas. This is Sin City. This is where I need to be. Jeff is fearless of all the corrupt people he called out in his reporting of the mobsters, politicians, casino executives, and so on. Professionally, Jeff had many headline stories that made the national news. Some of you may or may not remember this, but they were breaking news, such as the Judge Harry Claiborne impeachment trial. I was here when that happened. To reporting Chicago mobster Tony the Ants Spilotro and his brothers' murders, to being the first to report Liberace's death and his AIDS diagnosis. Those are just a few of the many breaking stories for Jeff, and they all came out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Jeff is a trusted, top-notch journalist and author of the top-rated Lifetime Network television movie made from his book, The Death of a Las Vegas Casino Boss, Murder in Sin City, and that was the Ted Binion murder story. His award-winning podcast, Mobbed Up, The Fight for Las Vegas, is still heard by many. He belonged to a class of journalists that are in a league of their own. Not many reporters out there will ever match his caliber and investigative journalism and storytelling. These past 2 years, it felt like I've been living in a chapter of a murder novel as it unfolds. One that my brother Jeff could have written, entitled Murder in Sin City Part 2, The Death of a Journalist. I never imagined that Jeff himself would have become a national headline news story for his murder by a cold-blooded elected city official in broad daylight. But in typical Jeff fashion, he was able to have his attacker identified and locked up behind bars after his own murder. Not only did my family lose a wonderful, loving brother and uncle, but the Las Vegas community and the world of journalism lost an amazing investigative reporter and a relentless crusader for justice. To everyone else, Jeffrey M. Gehrman was a dedicated and respected journalist. To me, my family, he was our big brother Jeff and our children's loving uncle. He is so deeply missed every day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. You may step down and you may call your next witness.
Julie Smith.
Please watch your step. Remain standing, raise your right hand, face clear.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Julie Smith, Julie, Julie, Smith, Smith.
Ms. Smith, you are the fourth sibling of the Gehrman group.
Yes.
I'm going to show you some pictures. I believe Mr. Daskovich will stipulate to the admission of 418 to 423.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And this one, I think I get what the event is, but I'll have you describe it. This is states 418.
Yes. This is my daughter Lexi's wedding. So it was nice. We were all together as a family. It was in Lake Tahoe, and she's been married for about, I think it's 8 years.
And now I'm going to put on the overhead states 419.
That's Jeff and my daughter Morgan. They were very close.
And this is states 420.
That's Jeff. I don't know when that picture was taken.
That's okay. 421.
Another picture of Jeff. I'm not sure where that was either. My sister dug up some old pictures.
And this is 422. Looks like the kids are a little younger to me in this one.
Oh yeah, that was a celebration for my youngest daughter, Lexi. It was just a fun celebration. Everyone had their beads on and they were happy. And we got a picture of Jeff with his 3 nieces. Jesse's in there, Morgan, Lexi.
And 423.
Oh, that's a picture of Jeffrey when the girls were young. So it's with Morgan and Lexi. They were just on the couch. And of course, there's always a cat in our house. So there's a picture of Daisy with them also.
So it seems like Jeff was a pretty devoted uncle.
Oh my goodness, yes. He loved his nieces. He loved his nephew. He loved just to be around them whenever he could.
And your other siblings have commented that holidays were particularly important for him. Is that your recollection as well?
Very important. We always grew up in our family in Milwaukee when the 4 of us with my mom and dad. And my mom was always kind of the matriarch. She always made a spread for every holiday that we would celebrate. And my sister Jill and Jay, we've continued that with our families.
And have you prepared a statement that you'd like?
I did. Okay, that's okay. So as you know, Jeff was my older brother. Everyone in our family pretty much looked up to Jeff. He was our oldest sibling. So he always had a very special place in our hearts for Jeff. He just seemed to be the core of our family since my parents were gone. And we all pretty much migrated because of Jeff living here. So it was nice. We were all together finally. Most people who dealt with Jeff, the journalist, knew him to be no nonsense, a straight shooter, who always searched for the truth. He had a nose for sniffing out the corrupt, the nefarious. We knew him to be those things too, but we were very proud of his many years of service to the community and his numerous accolades as a newspaper reporter. But we also saw the side of Jeff that most people, unfortunately, didn't get to experience. Jeff loved his family. He loved spending time with his nieces and nephews. He was especially close to them. As I said previously, he looked forward to hanging out with them whenever he could, especially during family holidays. Basically, Jeff was a family man. He loved being with his family. Sometimes at those family gatherings, it was kind of the place for Jeff to display his playful and awesome biting sense of humor. He loved sitcoms and was especially fond of 2.5 Men and Seinfeld. He had many of the classic lines committed to memory from those shows, and he would use them often. He liked to have a good time. He was always willing to put together a family dinner. He loved to have breakfast with his friends from the newsroom. He just really enjoyed being with people. He loved sports, especially football. I guess you could say it was almost like an obsession with him. Like his commitment to journalism he took that same approach to his commitment with sports. He could take notes. He knew the stats of players. He pretty much had a near photographic memory, and he could recite almost any score of any game. In another life, Jeff could have been a Las Vegas odds maker. And of course, there was the quirky side of Jeff that we teased him about. His house was meticulous, almost to being a point that it was like a good housekeeping, Better Homes and Garden setup in his house. He was into symmetry. If there was a lamp here on one side of the room, it had to be on the other side. It's kind of interesting. But you can see from these few examples how much Jeff meant to our family and how much we will all miss him. Sorry, I'm the emotional one. We're never going to be able to share laughter with him again, discuss sports with him, enjoy a barbecue with him, or admire his tenacious spirit. The tragic and brutal taking of his life has resulted in a loss that I don't think we'll recover. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. You may step down.
That concludes the witnesses we'll be presenting, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Draskowitz.
And we'd like to call Mary Ann Ismail.
Yeah, you can. I'm sorry. I do.
Please watch your step. Yeah, that's right. And if you'll remain standing, raise your right hand, face clerk.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Mary Ann Ismail, Maryann. Last name is Ismael.
Thank you. Mary Ann, do you go by May?
Yes, I go by May.
You know Robert.
Just a little. Yes, I do.
Tell us how you know him and tell us about the two of you, please.
Yeah, so Robert is my husband. We met 15 years ago. We've been married almost 14 years. And it's been well, you know, every marriage has its ups and downs, but it's been a good marriage overall, I would say.
Were you with him when he went through law school?
Yes. In fact, when we first got married, we not only had a baby, but he also started law school at the same time. So very busy time.
And how was that? What type of law student was he?
He's like, his work ethic is second to none. I've never met anybody who worked so hard, who was so ambitious and just wanted to do everything to not only move himself ahead, but to also make sure that he was able to provide for his family.
And what kind of a provider was he for your family?
He was a great provider. So, you know, not just monetarily, but also he was there. We're a blended family. So I have my son, his daughter, and then we have our youngest one is together. And he was always there, especially for our kids. He attended every single school event. Even if I couldn't make it, he was always there. He was the one that helped them with homework because I have very little patience. And he has just this unlimited amount of patience and was always able to walk our kids through, you know, difficult math problems or word problems or whatever it is that they were struggling with. He was always the one that was with them after school and helping them through you know, schoolwork. He was also the fun parent. So he would be the one that would always present ideas like going for a hike as a family, and he was always the one that wanted. So he was very much, he loved to celebrate holidays and milestones, and always had something up his sleeve. So Easter, for example, was always a big deal. He was the one that would get super excited about decorating eggs with the kids and stuffing the little plastic eggs and hiding them all over our yard. So our kids would have such an amazing time searching. And you know, he shared a lot of his Mexican traditions with our families. Well, I'm Filipino, so he would share a lot of his traditions with our kids. So like things like where they have like the empty egg that's decorated and it's full of confetti, and you crack it on the kids' heads. Like he introduced that to our children, and they just he always had something. Even our wedding anniversaries. I always forgot our wedding anniversaries, but he never did. Always had a gift, always had something planned, even if it's just a dinner with just the two of us. One year he had planned this whole weekend getaway where we went up to Zion, we went hiking. He had planned like different tours where we went rappelling, and it was just the most amazing weekend, and it was so much fun.
I'm going to show you, and Your Honor, we have a number of photographs that are in a drive that will be given to the jury, if I may publish, and they're going to be admitted by way of stipulation. This is a picture here of you and your family, and this is a little bit older photo, and I know there's been a lot of press that this case has drawn. I'm not going to ask you the names of your children for obvious reasons, but this is a picture of you and your husband and your mixed family.
Yes.
A blended family.
Yes, our blended family.
You each had a child from a prior marriage, and then you had one in common.
Correct. Yeah.
How did he treat all three children?
Obviously the two girls are his, but he never treated my son any differently. So when we first met and we first started dating, my son was 3. But he never, even to this day, even to this day, he doesn't treat him any differently than he treats any of the other kids. So,
He
you know,
was
calls
fair.
him my son. You know, it's always, you know, he refers to the two girls as, you know, his sisters. Or he would talk to his sisters about, oh, that's your brother. And it was never a question about, there was no step brother, half brother. It was just their brothers and sisters, period.
And that's fairly uncommon based upon talking to friends and other experiences.
Yeah.
Fair to say. In addition to being a family man, an attorney, having gone through law school during your marriage, was he involved in any community activities?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. So even throughout law school, even before law school, so he was a very active Rotarian with the local Rotary Club here in Las Vegas. He was always involved with community service, planning events. He's offered his law services to help start other nonprofit organizations. And he would be the first one to volunteer if anyone ever needed help that he knew that he can assist with. And it inspired me so much that I actually became a Rotarian with a different club, which you know, and it was something that we just shared together.
Is there anything else that you'd like to tell this jury that I perhaps have failed to ask you?
I mean, Robert he is an amazing father. And like I said, even to this day, he tries to stay involved with the kids. He tries to share some type of an experience with them, even when he was at the detention center. Like him and my youngest daughter, they would talk about anime and manga, and they would send each other drawings that they had. And he really tried to continue fostering the relationship with his children, even when he couldn't be there, even when he couldn't be there in person. Always made sure checked on, you know, even would check on schoolwork, you know, and so I would love for my children to not lose that, at least not for the rest of their lives. Robert really is a great father, and he's a good husband. And I would love at some point to give my children the chance to have their father back.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
Claus?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Thank you.
You may step down. You may call the next witness.
Tanya Burton.
Please watch the corner of the TV. Right over here, man. Step up to the witness stand, please. Thank you. If you will remain standing, raise your right hand, face clerk.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Tanya Burton, Tonia. Last name is Burton, as in Nancy.
Thank you. Ma'am, obviously you know Robert Tellis.
I do.
Please tell us how you know him.
Robert Tellis was my first husband. We have a daughter together who is an amazing child.
Due to the amount of press attention this case has garnered, I'm not going to ask you your daughter's name.
Thank you.
How old is she?
She's 16 years old.
What can you tell us about Robert Tellis?
He is a great dad to her. He loves her. She misses him every day. He always helped her with so much of her homework because, I mean, I'm going to be honest, he's higher educated than me and he's just good at that stuff. He's very patient, very thorough. They would spend Sundays together.
So he's an attentive father.
Absolutely. He was part of her soccer team for a while when she was younger, a great advocate for her diabetes, always up on the new technology.
And in reference to your daughter's diabetes, what type of a father, what type of caretaker was he with your daughter with?
From the time she was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, he was up on every single new technology, every single sensor, every single new idea, very big on what kind of diet she could have, what she needed, what she shouldn't have. Most of our arguments, even later, were over what she should and shouldn't have. And he was usually right.
Fair to say he's been a very hands-on dad.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And even given your separation from him, his new marriage, he's continued to co-parent with you the best he could.
Absolutely. Robert always involved even my newer stepkids and his family. They went trick-or-treating together. They celebrated all kinds of special events together.
So even though you had moved on and then ultimately had your own stepkids, he included them in his family activities.
Absolutely. I don't think there was one Christmas that went by with no gift, no anything. He was very involved in Olivia's sisters. You know, they were her sisters.
Fair to say that Robert's intelligent.
Absolutely.
Has a hard work ethic.
He does. A lot of drive.
In your opinion, is he capable of change, learning?
Absolutely. I believe he can get anything done if he chooses to, if he has that direction.
In addition to these questions that I've asked you, is there anything that you'd like to tell this jury that I have not asked you?
My daughter is 16 years old and she misses her dad. And I know that you've made your decision, but I have hope that one day he can walk her down the aisle when she chooses to get married. When she has children, I'd like him to have the chance to be there with her, for her.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any comments?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You may call your next witness.
Our final witness will be Rosa Anaya.
Yes, ma'am. Please watch your step. If you'll remain standing, raise your right hand and face the clerk.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Rosalinda Anaya, Rosalinda, last name Anaya.
Ms. Anaya, you are Robert's mother.
Yes.
Tell us about him and about your other children.
I was 18 years old when Robert was born, and he was my world. 3 years after, I had another son, and my daughter is 6 years younger. And he was a great big brother. Always took care of his siblings, was very loving. He never fought with them.
I'm going to show you a picture that you sent to us and has been admitted by stipulation.
It's from
Who's
my
in
boys.
this picture?
My 2 sons.
This one on the left, is that Robert?
Yes.
And the one on the right?
Is my other son, his brother.
How old was Robert, if you can recall, when this picture was taken?
Probably about 5.
Showing another picture that's been admitted.
That's when Robert was 8 months old. When
Okay.
he was born, he was my world.
And you would have been 19?
Yes, in that picture, I'm 19 years old.
Were you a working mother?
Not at that point, but when Robert was 13, I got a divorce from his father. And that's when Robert became the man of the house.
Going to show you this group of pictures that you had sent us. Why don't you start with the left of the screen and describe to us what we're seeing?
That's Robert as a toddler. Right there, he was probably 2 years old. The top picture is Robert with his girls at the father-daughter dance. And then the other two, you.
Fair to say, obviously, this case has been very difficult for you and your family.
Very.
You had said that you began working, you were 13. I'm sorry, when he was 13, you went back to work after the divorce. Tell me about what it was like with him as your oldest child.
Like I said, he became the man of the house. At 13, I was working full-time, going to school in the evenings. So he took care of his siblings, make sure that they were fed, got them to bed because I got home so late. Also at 13, I was a single mom. I remember I couldn't afford to buy them school clothes and shoes, and we would go pick chili. And I remember he was 13 and our hands were burning because the chili was so hot, even though we were wearing gloves. I'd fill up the buckets and he would take them to the truck and we would make like $2 a bucket. And it was a lot of hard work and a lot of buckets just to be able to buy them school shoes.
Where did Robert grow up?
In Texas, in El Paso, Texas.
And what was that like? What was his childhood like in El Paso, Texas?
Like I say, he was a very good boy, very loving, very supportive of his siblings and myself. On occasion, when I was threatened once physically, he was very protective and, came to my rescue to protect me, and he was only 13. Once he was in high school, he got a job at a gas station. He would also help take his brother and sister to school in the morning, pick them up after school. Has always been very loving, a great son, great brother.
Has Robert always had a good work ethic?
Very. Like I said, at 13, he started working with me in the field, then in gas station. As an adult, he was an IT tech, then heating and cooling, HVAC tech during the day, and then went to law school in the evening.
So he
Always wanted to better himself.
put himself through law school
Yes,
while being a father.
yes.
Finally, you've obviously had an opportunity to see him in. Just tell us about that.
He's an excellent dad. Always very involved. And like I said, even with me, as an adult, always helping financially, emotionally. I have a lot of health issues. He was always on top of that. Even to this day, we talk several times a week.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can I say one last thing, Judge, please?
Please, do you have another, there's something else that you'd like to tell us?
Yes. I ask you to please, I accept the verdict. And if you could please give my son a chance of parole. His family is still very young, and I would like for him to someday be back with them again. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm done.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, Judge.
That concludes our presentation.
All right. Okay, so at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short recess. When you come back, you have an opportunity. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. And when you come back, you'll have an opportunity to hear from both sides in their closing argument. We'll go with Officer Cox, and he will bring you back in when we're ready. Thank you very much. You're excused. We just needed to formally settle the instructions.
Understood.
Is the state familiar with course proposed instructions 1 through 13?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Any further instructions to propose?
No, thank you.
And you're familiar with the verdict form?
Yes.
Any objection?
No.
Okay, Mr. Draskovich, are you familiar with course proposed 1 through 13?
Yes, I am.
Any objection?
No objections.
Any further instructions to propose?
That have not been given, no.
Okay, and have you looked at the verdict form as well?
We haven't, we have no objections to it.
Okay, all right. Probably about 15 minutes and then we'll come back in and start.
Thank you.
stipulate to the presence of the panel?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you have been provided with, Hawks, have you passed out the jury instructions? You will be provided with a copy of the jury instructions. There are 13 of them. I'm required to read them to you. As you know, you'll each have your own packet. You can follow along, and you'll be able to take them with you when you go back to deliberate. Number one, is now my duty as judge to instruct you in the law that applies to this penalty hearing. It is your duty as jurors to follow these instructions and to apply the rules of law to the facts as you find them from the evidence. You must not be concerned with the wisdom of any rule of law stated in these instructions, regardless of any opinion you may have as to what the law ought to be or would be a violation of your oath to place a verdict upon any other view of the law than that given in the instructions of the court. Number two, if in these instructions any rule, direction, idea is repeated or stated in different ways, no emphasis thereon is intended by me, and none may be inferred by you. For that reason, you are not to single out any certain sentence or any individual point or instruction, ignore the others, but you are to consider all the instructions as a whole and regard each in the light of all the others. Number three, the trial jury shall fix the punishment for every person convicted of murder of the first degree. The jury shall fix the punishment at 1, life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, which means exactly what it says, that the defendant shall not be eligible for parole. Number 2, life imprisonment with the possibility of parole with eligibility for parole beginning when a minimum of 20 years has been served. Or 3, a definite term of 50 years with eligibility for parole beginning when a minimum of 20 years has been served. Number 4, a prison term of 50 years with eligibility for parole beginning when a minimum of 20 years has been served does not mean that the defendant would be paroled after 20 years, but only that he or she would be eligible for parole after that period of time. Life imprisonment with the possibility of parole is a sentence to life imprisonment, which provides that the defendant would be eligible for parole after a period of 20 years. This does not mean that he would be paroled after 20 years, but only that he would be eligible for parole after that period of time. Life imprisonment without the possibility of parole means exactly what it says, that the defendant shall not be eligible for parole. Number 5, in the penalty hearing, evidence may be presented concerning aggravating and mitigating circumstances relative to the offense and any other evidence that bears on the defendant's character. Hearsay is admissible in a penalty hearing. Number 6, a reasonable doubt is one based on reason. It's not mere possible doubt, but is such a doubt as would govern or control a person in the more weighty affairs of life. If the minds of the jurors, after the entire comparison and consideration of all of the evidence, are in such a condition that they can say they feel an abiding conviction of the truth of the charge, there is not a reasonable doubt. Doubt to be reasonable must be actual, not mere possibility or speculation. Number 7, the jury is instructed that in determining the appropriate penalty to be imposed in this case, that it may consider all evidence introduced and instructions given at both the penalty hearing phase of these proceedings and at the trial of this matter. Number 8, in your deliberation, you may not discuss or consider the subject of guilt or innocence of a defendant, as that issue has already been decided. Your duty is confined to determination of the punishment to be imposed. Number 9, the credibility or believability of a witness should be determined by his manner upon the stand, his relationship to the parties, his fears, motives, interests, or feelings, his opportunity to have observed the matter to which he testified, the reasonableness of his statements, and the strength or weakness of his recollections. If you believe that a witness has lied about any material fact in the case, you may disregard the entire testimony of that witness or any portion of his testimony which is not proved by other evidence. Number 10, although you are to consider only the evidence in the case and reach a verdict, you must bring to the consideration of the evidence your everyday common sense and judgment as reasonable men and women. Thus, you are not limited solely to what you see and hear as the witnesses testify. You may draw reasonable inferences from the evidence which you feel are justified in the light of common experience, keeping in mind that such inferences should not be based on speculation or guess. A verdict may never be influenced by sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion. Your decision should be the product of sincere judgment and sound discretion in accordance with these rules of law. Number 11, during your deliberation, you are not to communicate with anyone other than your fellow jurors in the jury deliberation room in any manner regarding the facts and circumstances of this case or its merits, either by phone, email, text messaging, internet, or other means. You are admonished not to read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. You are not permitted to do any independent research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or any other reference materials. You are further admonished to not conduct any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other manner investigate or learn about the case on your own. Number 12, during your deliberation, you will have all the exhibits which were admitted into evidence, these written instructions and forms of verdict which have been prepared for your convenience. Your verdict must be unanimous. When you've agreed upon your verdicts, they should be signed and dated by your foreperson. Number 13, now you will listen to the arguments of counsel, who will endeavor to aid you to reach a proper verdict by refreshing your minds, the evidence, and by showing the application thereof to the law. But whatever counsel may say, you will bear in mind that it is your duty to be governed in your deliberation by the evidence as you understand it, and remember it to be and by the laws given to you in these instructions, with the sole fixed and steadfast purpose of doing equal and exact justice between the defendant and the state of Nevada. The state may address the panel.
Your Honor, the state's going to waive the first clause and reserve for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Draskovich.
Thank you. You know, the jury instruction that I would like you to look at, and please pay close attention to, is jury instruction number 4. Jury instruction number 4 lays out the penalties that you are to consider at this stage in the case. You've heard a great deal of testimony in this case. You've seen a lot of exhibits. You've been attentive. We're basically rounding third base here, and you're headed home, and I'm going to ask you to, again, apply the same attentiveness, the same effort, and the same energy that you've expended up to this point. You know, when we pass judgment, it's an awesome responsibility because it takes two. It takes one to pass the judgment, and one takes one to receive it. The judgment that you make in this case will place an indelible life, or an indelible mark upon his life and yours as well. You've heard from the families, and in this case, we have 2 devastated families. Both families, through no actions of their own, have received the trauma of this case. The question now that's been put at your feet and that you must determine and you must pass judgment on as being the sole determiner of the facts is what's the appropriate sentence. You know, there's generally 4 purposes of sentencing. First would be that of restitution. Well, in this case, it's a murder case. There's not going to be a return of Jeff German's life, and then the question becomes, what does that mean? No sentence whatsoever that could be imposed is ever going to change that. The second purpose or consideration in the area of sentencing concerns deterrence. There's a fair amount of science on this subject, and you know, our criminal justice system does the very best it can, but heavy punishments in capital cases, capital punishments don't really have a deterrent effect. What we do have in our sentencing scheme in this state and most others are very harsh sentences. Every sentence that you are to consider will be the sentence imposed when you ultimately make your determination. It's not like a person gets sentenced and gets their sentence commuted. No, what you decide is the sentence that stays. You know, the third purpose or consideration in sentencing is rehabilitation. And we're making steps in this society and in this state concerning rehabilitation. Any sentence that you determine is appropriate involves a heavy prison sentence. We've heard from Robert's family. He's smart. He's capable of learning. He's got a work ethic. Any sentence that you impose, there's going to be a long period of incarceration, perhaps forever. And I'm going to ask you not to do that. But every sentence will have a period, a substantial period of time that would allow for rehabilitation. The fourth purpose or consideration is retribution. You know, I mean, most of us, this community kind of comes from this old Judeo-Christian, most societies, most cultures have this idea of retribution. And I would submit to you that as a society, we've gotten past this idea of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. We end up being blind and toothless. Oftentimes though in society, and I will submit to you now in this stage of this case, there's just tug of war, really, between retribution and redemption. In order for justice to be justice, there needs to be an element of mercy. A person has to pay. There has to be this idea of punishment for a crime. But at the same time, there has to be this element of hope. I'm not a religious person, but I know much of our society is religious in nature, and we have these ideas of atonement, forgiveness. I would submit to you that we don't forgive to let an offender off. Forgiveness involves preserving ourselves. As a society, we have to have this element of mercy when it comes to justice. There has to be this element of forgiveness. Question then becomes, will there be this opportunity of redemption? What's going to happen in his life now? You've heard pretty compelling evidence, testimony from his family. You've seen the pictures. He's a loving dad to his natural children and those that aren't. He's got a work ethic. He's intelligent. He can learn. The sentence that you decide, this connection that will leave this indelible mark on his life, how's it going to affect his family, his children? You've heard the evidence. We respect your verdict. What happens now? Give him the opportunity, give those children the opportunity at one time, decades from now, the opportunity to have their father back, their stepfather back. Maybe even his mom will be alive at the time when he's released. Let her have the opportunity to have her son back. It's a heavy burden. The judge has instructed you. Obviously, you're duty bound, as you have been in the initial phase of this case, to follow those instructions. Allow for there to be mercy in this determination. He's not going to speak to you through this course. Given the posture of this case, he's maintained his innocence, but don't punish him for that. He's exercised his right to go to trial. This is what makes this country so great. Trial by jury, trial by our peers. Hold the state to their burden that's occurred. You've passed your judgment. Please don't punish him for exercising his constitutional right, which is one of, again, these ideas that we adopted from this old English common law and that our founding fathers embedded in our Constitution. Please don't punish him for doing that, for holding the state to its burden. And they've done an exemplary job presenting their case. You've done an exemplary job reviewing the evidence. But now the question as to the appropriate penalty. What is it? It's not life without. The man has no criminal history. He's 48 years old. He's led an otherwise exemplary life. Put himself through school, worked climbing ladders, doing HVAC, raised kids. He's involved with his daughter's diabetes. He researches it. And even now, as he sits in custody, he's been a hands-on father. Oftentimes we deal in the criminal justice system with these recidivists, people that commit crimes over and over again, and they just don't learn. That's an appropriate sentence, life without. That's what you give a man that doesn't learn from his mistakes. That's what you give a man that continues to break the law, puts other people in danger. Given your decision, you have found that he's committed a crime, and now the question is, what's the appropriate punishment? I know firsthand, you apply to the bar, you have to give up every traffic ticket. If you're tardy and get expelled, they know about it. He was a licensed attorney. I'm not in any way saying that makes him a better person, but it shows that he had the wherewithal to put himself through school, to learn, and he had the background that allowed him to become a lawyer. That's gone. Give him a chance when he's an old man to maybe be around his grandkids or for them to be around him. He has a lot to give. Regardless of what's been proven in this case, regardless of what's happened, he has more to give. Locking him up, throwing away the key doesn't do him any good. It doesn't do his family any good. It doesn't do our society any good. Show him mercy, please. I'd submit to you that as a society, it's the appropriate thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The state may address the jury.
Thank you. Can I proceed? Thanks so much. I want to touch on a few things. I think what you've seen over the course of this trial, when you've listened to, at least in this phase, when crimes like this are committed, they have a ripple effect. No one wins when crimes like these are committed. But one of the things that has to be abundantly clear about this is we're only here because of the actions of one person and one person alone. And it's the defendant. It was the manner in which the defendant chose to handle the situation that has created this ripple effect on his family, as well as Jeff's. One of the things, when you do this long enough in our line of work, you see a lot of people come through the system. And the state would submit to you, he is not similarly situated to a lot of people. He is highly educated. He comes from a good, loving family. I'm not saying everyone does, but his upbringing is pretty good. When you think about the situation that he was in, the world wasn't going to end. He had simply lost an election. And the way Robert Tellis chose to handle this was devastating. And it was his choice and his choice alone. No one forced his hand. And so one of the things that we need to talk about is this idea of what they mentioned, retribution, redemption versus retribution. When you think about what happened in this case, think about the act that he committed upon Jeff. What was that? It was an act of retribution. Robert Tellis decided to be judge, jury, and literally the executioner of a man who was simply trying to do his job, to report the news. He executed him. He didn't have to do that. But that is how Mr. Tellis felt it was appropriate to deal with this situation. And he has taken this man away, essentially, at that time, the patriarch of his family away from his family. And why? Because he simply wasn't happy with what was being written about him. That is an extraordinarily serious thing to be considered when you evaluate what is the appropriate punishment. Because this is the way Mr. Tellis decides to handle things when he feels slighted. Another thing that the defense brought up was there needs to be a measure of atonement. We agree, atonement is appropriate in certain circumstances. But think about this. The defendant, when he got up and took the stand, was willing to sacrifice the reputations of a company like Compass Realty, the employees that work for Compass Realty, members of the Public Administration's Office, multiple members, specifically Detective Gaddis, Detective Jaffe, Detective Mogg, members of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, their DNA lab, even the District Attorney's Office. Why? All to save himself. The state would submit that that is the length that he was willing to go to save himself. And it needs to be considered when you're evaluating what is the appropriate punishment. That's a really scary thought. I want to address something else. What is the appropriate punishment? The state would submit to you that life is an appropriate punishment. Whether it is an eligibility for parole after 20 years or life without the possibility of parole, I'm going to leave that to you. But I want to at least explain to you why the state believes a life sentence is appropriate. One of the reasons is, what did we learn about this case? That Mr. Tellis decided to exact death upon someone who he felt slighted against. And he certainly has shared all the different people he feels slighted against. The beauty of a life sentence is even if he's eligible for parole, if he gets out, he'll always be monitored. Because there is a future of dangerousness going forward. If he truly believes that all these people did something to him, then there is a risk that something like this could happen again. It should be considered. Another factor as to why we believe life is appropriate. I don't want to paint it in too broad of strokes, but we cannot, the state doesn't believe that we should ignore the fact that what happened here was literally a journalist wrote a story or a series of stories and lost their life over it. Because someone or a politician, outgoing politician, just did not like the consequences of the writing. That's a pretty serious thing. That doesn't happen very often, and it should be considered. Which is why we believe life is appropriate. At the end of the day, whether parole eligibility is something that you wish to grant, we'll leave that up to you. But at the end of the day, he was a highly intelligent person with a loving family, with a good background, who really did have his future ahead of him. His life really wasn't over. But he let probably his ego, his pride, get in the way, and it manifested itself in the worst possible way. And we have lost one of the most significant journalists we've had in our community in the world of investigative journalism. So we thank you for your patience and your time. And we wish that you consider these factors when evaluating which of the three punishments are appropriate. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hanlon. At this time, the officers of the court will take charge of the jury panel. You can take your notebooks, your jury instructions, and you are excused to deliberate upon your verdict.
Thank you. All right, back to the jury.
Well, I think hold on. Echo. I'll be back. Okay. I should do that to freak my kids out every once in a while, just make my voice echo through the house. I figure instead of starting the episode, I'd just hop on and talk to you guys about the verdict, which, my gosh, I'm everywhere. Oh, because I just left the room and I was going to make sure I didn't miss anything. So, a couple of things that was interesting to me during the victim impact statements. First of all, it's always amazing to be able to hear about the person and not the victim. Specifically, we hear all the evidence in these trials about the victim and the bad things done. I always love finding out who these people are outside of the headlines we know them for. And man, it sounds like Jeff was just brother and uncle extraordinaire and such a huge loss. He never had kids, lived alone. A lot of people commented that his house just looked unlived in, and clearly he was meticulous in a lot of areas in his life. I think his siblings did him proud. You can tell the love that was there. And then with Robert's family, it's really, really hard to find anything bad to say because they've been impacted in a way they didn't ask for. We know there was some domestic violence between Robert and his wife, but at the end of the day, you think about it, that was Robert's choice. He was not thinking about his children when he went and killed Jeff. And it's clear after hearing these victim impact statements that Robert's family would have likely stayed intact even with the affair being revealed. So this was just about, like the state said, his inability to just let these articles go. That fifth one was coming up. And as we know, 15 hours after the murder is when Jeff would have got that next round of communication. So, I feel for his kids, especially. He's got young kids and their lives are irreversibly broken. Their dad's been in the national spotlight for 2 years for killing somebody, and now he's a convicted murderer, and it's not their fault. It's their dad's fault. And so he wasn't thinking about how much he loved him when he went and did this. So, but I do feel bad for every innocent person on both sides that were affected. But curious to see what they do here. I kind of think life without parole, first degree murder. I mean, they gave him guilty on all counts. I don't see how the thing is, and Alibar mentioned it earlier, if he were to come up for parole in 20 years and somehow manage to get it with a first degree murder conviction, he would be younger than Jeff was when he was killed. So I don't see it happening. And just because oh, my mom's texting me. I totally dislocated my knuckle a little while ago. Look, I'm gonna show you guys this. It's so nasty. Look at that. Oh, it's so bad. I'm probably gonna have to go to the doctor tomorrow. You see, like right there, I hit it on a door frame and I thought it was a little out. So I pressed it and I think I made it a lot out. So she was like, "Oh, that looks bad." But the thing about him is I would be afraid when he got out, even if he is in his 70s or 60s, because he's only 57. So 20 years would be 67. If I'm a member of the public, I would be worried about him going after Detective Jappy or Detective Mogg or Zach Schilling from Compass Realty. I mean, this guy has shown he is brazen when he feels he's been wrong. So I hope that's something the jury considers. Yeah, Knuckles not supposed to do that. No, I have Danlos. I forget the name, but it's like my joints pop out. This is like that little knuckle. Look, you can see how red it is from here. Mercy. Look, I cannot have my finger in a splint because I can't do my job. Can you guys hear me? Somebody says they can't hear. Make sure you're not muted, Barb, on your video. Oh, yeah. Yana, you know my pain. You can be putting a shirt on your shoulder. Barb, I'm going to tell Barb, make sure you're not muted. It's just a sad story all the way around. I mean, yeah. Gosh, I mean, so many lives ruined. But that's the case with every murder trial we cover. Everybody's lives are affected on both sides, even the sides of the defendant. Audio doesn't match the video. Okay. Boomer. Okay. Thanks, Yana, for letting me know that. Hope my finger gets better. I kind of wish it was the other so I could just show everybody and be like, look at my finger. Because I have the mind of a 13-year-old boy, to be honest. I'll be good. I'm pretty good with pain. Yeah, Andrew, I'm wondering myself, how long is this going to take? They've been out for, let's see, they've been out a little bit. This is a big decision. I think it's an obvious decision, but the defense did a pretty good job. I mean, it's kind of a Hail Mary. I don't think there is any kind of redemption for Robert Tellis. It was such a cold, calculated, brazen murder that tells you this guy's mindset. Yeah, my mouth isn't matching. Okay. Well, I'm not sure what to do. Let me remove and put it back on. Hang on. Let me do something. Okay, am I matching now? I'm kind of like one of those dub over movies where like my mouth doesn't match. Let me know if that's better. If they gave him 50, that's basically life. Right, exactly. And who knows how he will fare in prison? Will his health go down? A lot of people, once they're incarcerated for life, it's not good. So people do kind of go downhill in prison. He doesn't strike me as the type who's going to thrive very well. Oh, living life. I hope you feel better. Moore says, don't believe, more or less, don't believe what they're saying about him in court, especially since he had a public image to protect. Everyone in his orbit will be trained to protect that false public image no matter what. Exactly. And the one thing that wasn't brought up by anybody at any time during this trial is the fact that he was arrested for domestic violence against his wife, so much that their teenage son had to intervene to separate the two. So, you know, he has tendencies, and that's something that jury did not get to hear. But I do think that is sort of an indication of the violent tendencies that he has. I mean, when you beat your spouse or you put them in a chokehold or you're grabbing them while they're driving, you're a dangerous person. And so those charges were dismissed. He had to take a class or something, but that's typically how it goes with DV cases, especially the first go round. If you don't kill them, is that people get off so easy and then it's repetitive. But I think he's a dangerous guy, obviously. Broad daylight. And it's true, Carol. DV victims, we see it over and over and over. They will make excuses or just act like it didn't happen. And, for me, the one time the cops are called, how many times did it happen before that they weren't called? Probably not the first time, and it probably wouldn't have been the last. So I think that his whole up here, all of it is messed up, clearly. I mean, to take another life like that, you're not right in the head, even if it's a momentary lapse of reason. But this guy in August just staking out near Jeff's intersection to his neighborhood, clearly looking for his car to learn his patterns. This is first degree murder. Totally. They got that right. Right. Pot, you're right. He choked her. The statistics on choking leading to murder. Right. It's through the roof. Yeah. I mean, the kids are some of the biggest victims in this, on both sides, the nieces and nephews. And, we all have, I know for me, I had the Funkle. We called him the Funkle, my Uncle Robbie, just the funnest guy to be around. You always laughed with him. He was never in a bad mood. And he passed away last year, and there's that void. And he died of natural causes, he had cancer. But I can't imagine losing somebody to a violent crime. I just think that would be a whole other layer of grief, or something you could never resolve because it was at the choice of another person. Accidents happen, they're devastating, but murder is just, the choice of another to end a life. And that ripple effect, which I'm glad that the state pointed out, goes both ways for both families. And um, but worst case scenario, maybe he had to move out of Vegas to find a job. But there are plenty of small towns in this country that would have hired him, even with the scandals he left behind in Vegas. So, he chose not to stay with his family and just weather the fifth article that was to come. Eventually it would have went away. It would have he wouldn't have written articles about him forever. But he it was a pride thing, I do think. He lost that election. I mean, that's a big deal, and he lost his job, so it's crazy. Um Yeah, Daniel, same. I really hope some of these jurors talk. I'm so curious. Why did it take 3 days? But they came to the right decision. So, uh, were they hung up on first or second? Maybe that. I don't. I just don't know that there would be a holdout. Evidence is overwhelming. I don't know. But I'm with you, Daniel. Let's hope somebody speaks up. Yeah, Carol. It's My dad had a friend who was stabbed to death. That's still an unsolved murder, although everybody who knew the victim kinda knows who did it, just the evidence wasn't there. But, that feeling of, no resolution to his family is just torturous, especially when they have a really good idea of who did it. Just even investigators feel they know who did it, the evidence just isn't there. And that was over 20 years ago. It's a cold case now. Yeah. I mean, all the these 2 instances with him, especially the murder, not a peaceful guy that I feel can be rehabilitated. I'm serious, y'all. If he ever were to be granted parole, if I were Detective Jappy or Mogg or anybody, I would go incognito. I wouldn't trust that guy even if he was 70 or 80 or 90. Somebody like him does not come out of prison rehabilitated. They come out really ticked off for the most part of everybody who wronged them. So, um, his affairs in her car, yeah, yeah. I mean, and his wife seemingly sticking by him. Um, so in times like that, when you've had nasty articles written, got egg on your face, been, getting in the back seat with an employee, his family seemingly was still there for him, and still he chose to murder. So SP, that is a good motto. If you don't want it printed, don't let it happen. I like that. Um, Toby, so they found him guilty. And so the jury gets to choose the sentence. And there are 3 possibilities. Let's go through those. The least severe, 50 years with parole eligibility after 20. The middle of the sentences, life with possibility of parole after 20. And then the most severe is just no parole. 50 years with parole eligibility. So you got life with possible. So you have 50 as a base level. You're going to serve 50 years, but after 20, you're eligible. Life with the possibility of parole after 20, and then life without. So those are the 3 choices. So that's what they're deliberating now. Found him guilty on all charges. Now we're deliberating. Essentially, does he get a chance at parole or not? And like the defense attorney said, he is going to spend a significant amount of time behind bars. You're looking at 50 years, just at least 20, no matter what. Whether they come back with parole or without, he will be in for a minimum of 20 years. He'll probably be in protective custody after this verdict. Look at Charlie Adelson. If you follow that trial, he complained about being in solitary just because you get a life sentence. And Robert has a history. We know when he was arrested what he did. So, wonder if the other woman got a divorce. I looked, Susan, but those records, they don't make divorce records online available. I think you can go in person, but I don't know. Melissa, there's no telling how long it might take to come up with a sentence. It took 3 days for a verdict. So clearly a very thorough jury that's weighing it all and probably talking about those closings. I think the defense did as good as they could given what they're up against. Not sure that I find that he is has redemption in him. It's just such a callous murder. I mean, it's just um but what was interesting to me, and I put this in here, but if you notice during the state's closings, when it was the guilt or innocence phase, nonstop shaking his head, shaking his head, shaking his head. During the guilt closing or the penalty phase closings, he just stared off into space. And I get he just found out he's going to prison for at least 20 in his mind, maybe forever. Um, and I'm sure he's shell shocked, and probably somebody like him never expected this. I think maybe as the days went on, he had hoped it would be a hung jury. I'm just trying to think like he might, which is scary. Uh, but he stared off into space. And then when his family was on the stand, I saw one instance where it looked like his eyes did get a little red, but there's a whole lot of wipe in the face, and I'm not seeing a ton of tears. Um, Even when they showed the photos of the inside of the house, like he got emotional, but he just couldn't get those tears flowing. But that stood out to me is during the closings for the penalty, he just never shook his head and he just stared kind of, down to the corner. Disassociated is a good word, Amy. He couldn't believe he didn't convince them right, because not only is he an attorney who took the stand, he's a narcissist. So narcissists think everybody believes them. Um, yeah, I tell you, I've seen deliberations and death penalty, but not parole. Right? Yeah. Oh, Corey, I think we're there, dude. Psychopath for sure. Um, Maybe when he gets to be 90, it'll be safe to release him. I don't know. My Grammy's 90. She feisty. Juliet, I hear whining of an animal, of a dog. Let me peek under. Make sure she hadn't done something stupid. Juliet. Oh, wait. Sorry, y'all. I think my dog wants in. Hold on. I kicked her out. Juliet. Where's my dog? Where are you going? Lord, the cat done got a squirrel cornered. Hang on, y'all. I gotta rescue a squirrel. I might get rabies here in a second. All right, I'm gonna click off because my cat the whining I heard was a squirrel that is now in my drain coming off my house. All I see is a tail. So I'm gonna do some gloves and get it out and make sure it's okay. All right, I'll see you on a few.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel, including the alternate jurors?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense?
Yes.
Okay, juror number 2, has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes, it has, Your Honor.
Can you please hand the verdict form to Officer Hawks? Yes, please.
Thank you. District Court, Clark County, Nevada, the state of Nevada, plaintiff versus Robert Tellis, defendant, case number C-368935, department number 12. Verdict. We, the jury in the above entitled case, having found the defendant, Robert Tellis, guilty of murder of the first degree with use of a deadly weapon, victim 60 years of age or older, impose a sentence of life in the Nevada Department of Corrections with eligibility for parole beginning when a minimum of 20 years has served. Dated at Las Vegas, Nevada, this 28th day of August 2024, signed by foreperson, juror number 2. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is this your verdict as read? So say you one, so say you all.
Yes.
Does either side wish to have a panel poll?
Not on behalf of the state.
Mr. Draskin?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, at this time, the verdict will be recorded in the official record. And at this time, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to discharge you from your duty as jurors. Before I do, I want to extend my gratitude and thanks for your willingness to be here. It's a long trial. You're a very good jury. You paid attention, you took notes, and clearly took the case very serious in your deliberations. You are no longer under the admonition not to discuss the case with anyone. You're free to discuss the case, but you're under no obligation to discuss the case with anyone. After you are discharged, you will go back to the jury deliberation room in which you will be given further instructions. I do always like to give the lawyers an opportunity to speak to the jury panel, because I think it's always good for them to have that opportunity. However, it's up to you whether you want to speak to anyone. You also may have noticed that there was quite a bit of media attention on this case. So members of the media may reach out to you and want to discuss the case with you. I just want to make sure you understand you're under no obligation to discuss the case with anyone. But if you do want to discuss the case, it's up to you. So this time, ladies and gentlemen, you are discharged. Again, thank you very much for your service.
Thank you. All rise for the next jury. Jury.
The record reflects that the hearing is taking place outside the presence of the jury panel. At this time, the matter will be referred to parole and probation, and we will set it for sentencing.
That's going to be October 16th, 8:30 a.m. for sentencing.
Thank you. Did the attorneys want that opportunity?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll let you know when you can.
Okay.
Come back. Thank you very much.